wish these two cards. Welcome wish these two cards watching right now. Welcome wish these two cards watching right now. Welcome wish. There you go. Welcome to whoever's watching right now. This is like iffy because you have kind of one bad card and then the glimpse is not particularly great too. I think I'm gonna toss it back actually. This is fine. It's a lot better. I typically don't like to mull, but I think there, like, one natural order is definitely dead. It's likely, depending what they're playing, the second one could be not live for a while as well. And then two glimpses is kind of bad. I played it safe. I don't want to lose the mana screw. Birch lore. In the dark, I'm leading with this. Days? Looks like they're digging for days. So I have been running red hot with this deck lately. We're gonna lead protected because we want to force every play down through here. We actually have a turn 3 kill as of right now too. We just gotta fade something like an engineer or something. For a split second, I thought about just, their end step once upon a time, but I think it's more important to bounce the visionary back. Outside of something like okay, not engineer, please. That's also bad. That is also bad. At least they're in bug colors, so that explains why we just didn't die right there. That's nice. Just casually going off on my opponent's turn. Let's look at the sideboard map. I always forget how I board against this. I'll bring it up for anybody who wants to take a look. I'm boarding it almost like a control deck. I take out the ooze, I take out the oof. Take out the crop rotation. There's an argument to be made. You don't probably don't need the fourth wirewood. That's something my good colleague Jorg brought up to me. Um, because you don't really want to grind that hard in this matchup. Like you want to at least close out at some point. But the seizes are good just because they're generically flexible. The collector oof and ooze obviously don't do anything. They could be on engineer, which would be annoying. Um, I don't think the matchup's gonna go long enough where, well, it could, I guess, but like I'm gonna hedge against them just not drawing, not needing the Cabal Pit here. The Force of Vigor is actually helpful. It's not in my sideboard map, but I should add it. I said the crop was coming out. What else did I say was coming out? A Visionary was coming out, and maybe one Wirewood is coming out. Just because we want mostly speed, or and just this matchup is typically about slowing down your opponent enough and then just winning through, and just not getting cheesed out by a combo. I guess that's like pretty generic what I said, but if you don't lose the combo, I feel like we're like pretty favored here. And it's not like it's like show and tell or something where I feel like the matchup is not where the matchup is very difficult, especially since they don't have recruiter, or at least they didn't show it. So I don't think their combo is as consistent. Uh, Tempted to take the heritage for speed, but I think the visionary is fine. We can get cradle. I don't even know what this does. I know they're wing conditioned. I think here we just take the agent. I don't think we actually. Well, the heartbeat is kind of annoying. If they draw into like a Strix or something down the road, it's a little bit slow though. I'm trying to think what they have. Anybody know off the top of their head how many of these like ETB effects do they have? I think we'll be safe. It's how we lose, so. Yeah, I was very tempted to take to leave them the Charlotte's agent, but I think Harpy is like one of the ways we lose. Sure, it's an expensive ponder. They chose not to shuffle, sure. So I think here we're just gonna play out some dudes. That's a good draw. We don't have lethal, but if we name enchantment with natural order, they probably can't beat that. Is my guess. Especially since we took the Harpy. Like they had to grind us out with Euro. Sure. Does not do anything here. Have to be a little bit careful. It'd be sad if they have like a second engineer here. Take out our reclaimers. There's like, well, let me think. What do we know? We know the Ponder. We know about the Agent. We know about that. We know about the Verdant. I think we just slam here. So what we just did here is we're bidding on our fair game against theirs. They have an engineer, but this is like in bug colors, almost impossible to remove. They would have to have the assassin trophy, which I don't think they would run. That's one way we lose, unfortunately. So perhaps it's worth, if we're going to go on this plan. What just happened? Oh, this is. Never mind. What am I doing? This is not, yeah. I think this was revealed from the before. We could have we could have just waited a turn because that would be lethal, right? So kind of regretting it now. Well, they're at 24 too, so me it would have taken a couple of turns down the road. The good thing here is like we have a lot of insane top decks. Possible we punted this game. My first match of the night is usually not the best. Not playing usually sharp. Sure. Natural order is game here. Green sun is game here. It's entirely yeah. It's entirely possible we wait. The problem is dealing 22 with hoof is not easy on this kind of board state. Like we would be well, I guess we would have waited a few turns before dealing lethal. You open yourself up to discard and things like that, though. So the way they board it, like they're trying to play a fair matchup. I am not sure about their numbers, but in general, Euro's not supposed to be good against us. It happens to be good here, but again, we possibly just misplayed because we weren't under a ton of pressure. We could have waited for lethal natural order. Um, and just attack with like 5 guys, right? For like 25 plus damage, maybe 30 damage. The Archon attacked already once, I believe. Yeah. So we've been dealing with 27, possibly 3 more the next turn, so 30 damage. I think we could have just done that. I'm not sure what they are tanking on. I mean, they're playing a tap out deck, so it's either play it or don't. In most cases, I feel like whatever they have, if they have something, they should play it. Given that it's a tap out deck. That or they are maybe AFK or busy at the moment. Alright, Heart of the Cards, Green Sun. Nope, that is not a Green Sun. I can block, but that seems bad. This hedges against Engineer on Dryad. We have one fetchable left. Two fetchables, sorry. So they want to kill a Dryad, they can. I suspect it's going to name Elf. Okay, so they are trying to take us off mana. Oop, that's fine. Doesn't matter. Natural order is not game here. I don't think. Well, actually, it no, it's not. Green Sun's a turn late. We're up a game. Hopefully, we can just win game 3. I think this is probably a loss because we're gonna have to chump the Euro right here. Oh, I should have attacked. That's bad. Oh, that's kind of good, I guess, that I didn't attack. I think from a strategic point, we probably botched this game. Like, I think we probably could have won easily if we just, you know, concentrated more. Our opponent is 1-3, trying to salvage their league, sort of. Yeah, I think we win this game if I just hold the natural order. Given that I knew their hand, We just play the percentages that they don't draw like two things that they need. Sure. Yeah, so they're on straight bug, which means maybe we don't even have to respect the combo. Like we just give them the harpy if they want to spend a lot of mana on it. Like that's they would have to have the harpy in hand plus the other combo pieces. It's not easy to do. I think in hindsight now, we'd probably take the Shardless Agent over the harpy, given that they're like a three card combo deck. Not sure why they are attacking with the agent. I mean, I'm not gonna team block because that's gonna like I could in theory, but that would just mess up my chances to try to win this game. We're just dead anyways, so for whatever it's worth. Yeah. All right, let's try to play better game three. We won game one, like comboing on our opponent's turn was kind of funny, or pseudo comboing. Um, like bog for the euro, probably not. I think given that we know Ice Fang is in their deck now, I'm not as big on this. I think we might just want Prague and dare them to combo against us. Um, Euro's probably one way we. Well, if we have Prague, we can beat a Euro. So that's a moot point. Pit is like reasonable, I guess. Um, the game did go kind of grindy there, so I think that's probably fine. We know that they're gonna have like they have multiple engineers, so I think we can safely take out one Heritage Druid. We don't. It's this match is not really that speed intensive. We do have the single force of Vigor too, just to randomly. Sure, this is fine. So what's good about this hand is you can hard cast the hoof like not too far down the road. Uh, I think we just take the shepherd to force something through. To force a hoof through specifically. I think turn two, we're looking to cradle, or we're looking to just pitch the Cabal Pit for the cradle. We do want to hit at least one land drop in the next two turns, just so ideally it'd be a cradle, obviously. What cradle does is it lets us play. Yeah, there you go. This is a little bit awkward. They had turn one ramp. I don't want to just run my shepherd into an engineer and give them free value. Which is likely going to happen here. Yeah. See? The good thing about Reclaimer is like you can, like, it generates mana with Cradle, or so it generates mana effectively on its own. So we have 4 mana. I think we just pass. The line. Well, let me think. They're at 5. We can actually hoof. So let's see. 4, 5, 6 mana. I think a second engineer would be bad here, but I'm like debating whether to play around it or not. So if this is 6, 5. I think we could just do it. I think I like the single wirewood here, and then we're just gonna grow our reclaimer. And then start bashing. Oops, my mistake. We could have done it the other way, but they might be digging for force here. Because if I were them, I'd be nervous. Your opposing player kept a shepherd, and there's an onboard Cabal Pit. That's kind of annoying. Sure. It's probably gonna be the Wirewood, or actually it's probably the Arbor. They may double up on Elf here because of the Cabal Pit too. Sure, I'm actually kind of happy about that. They have Engineer Tribal, which is fine. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit nervous that they have another one because they named Insect. Let me think. We're one short from, well, we can hardcast Hoof here, but my guess is they probably have Force. I want to make this protected. Four, five, six, seven. Yeah, we're short. Oh, they have the full combo. Jeez. Unfortunate. Yeah, I think it's this game. Sometimes that happens. I don't expect the combo is like not consistent too, in my opinion, but they just happen to have all the pieces. And we were just short of being able to kill them that turn. unfortunately. They hit the Warwood, which meant we were 1 mana off. Um, yeah, it's hard to say. I think there's an argument to be made that we. The thing is, they could have just played the. We can beat one engineer there. The second engineer slowed us down because they kept us off the Warwood. Um, but I think I felt pretty favored unless I was getting comboed out there. Like even on that board state with two engineers. Yeah, with the Euro and the heartbeat, that's pretty cool. Okay, we're playing against the same person. Man. Yeah, we were 0-0, but we got put in the 1-3 bracket. I mean, I feel like the recruiter version is just better because you just kill on the spot. Like their kill is not deterministic. Is the only thing. That's an easy keep. We're fetching on our turn to play around removal. So I know Wambo, who's online right now, plays the Neto version. This is like one of the scenarios where Reclaimer's just better, right? Like you get a cradle where when you can't really go off yet. Ooze was not the best draw there. I think land would be like a decent draw. Otherwise, we're just gonna start to play to the board. Not the best draw. Yeah, we should have won the last match. Game two was on me. I just like didn't really respect my opponent. I think we are probably priced into going off here. Um, de- I think we kind of want the extra mana though. So I'm gonna lead with the Wirewood because I want the mana. Not a good draw. At least we get to try again here. We have no choice. It's like the clock is kind of ticking here. Whoa. Okay, the game just shut down on us. Let me move this. I think we had just fired off a glimpse. Ugh. I guess this is Moto for you. What just happened? Okay, so lost connection, join game. Uh, we're gonna get a visionary here only because it can dig us deeper, and it actually generates 3 mana up front. Oops, not yet. Actually generates 3 mana up front too with the heritage, so it kind of pays for itself. Ooh, that's like the perfect draw. We have okay, we have lethal. Essentially, here we're playing around like 2 removal spells um, into force. Yeah. All right, let's not try to punt here. We should have really won the first match, and then do we even care? I think yeah, I guess we do. It's one of the ways we lose, I guess. I don't like this because we have to keep mana up. I think we just want the seasons here, and I think we're just gonna bet. Our fair plan is better than well, because they have Ice Fang. It's not the best to go for the. I think we can probably just even play a fair game, to be honest. Like keep all the Visionary and the Wirewood in. They're not particularly fast. I don't think we care about Euro with the progenitors in the deck. We're up against Allurin. It's the same opponent we just played in round one. We probably punted game two in round one, and then game three, we play the percentages, and they just happen to have the full combo, which is 3 pieces for this bug build, and 2 engineers. I think without either, we probably win, right? If it's either 1 engineer plus, sorry, if they have the combo but only 1 engineer, we probably win earlier. Or if they just have 2 engineers and no combo, no full combo, I should say, we probably win too. So that one is game one. We won. Like our opponent played a lure and just couldn't go off and just conceded on the spot because we had a lot of damage on board already. Game two, we probably punted. Like I said, I natural order early just because for the heck of it. I probably could have waited and just done lethal. Um, we just assumed that they would board out Euros, but they did not. And then yeah, game three, we play the percentages, or we didn't. It's not even playing the percentages. It's just they had a good draw. Like I think without being comboed out there, even against onboard engineers, I probably feel pretty confident about winning that game, with the exception of getting comboed out there. Two mana do nothing here. They could either have an Ice Fang or a Decay, or they probably kept a hand again based on Engineer. I think here we just play a Visionary and a Reclaimer, and then we um, get ready to glimpse the following turn. I like fetching basic with the second fetch typically. I played against a lot of random opponents, or sorry, not random opponents, but opponents who randomly want to bring like back to basics against me, like which I don't necessarily agree with. Like I've beaten multiple. It's not that I always beat it, but I generally can beat back to basics. Yeah, see, it's got to be engineer. Like the annoying thing is they did have the decay for the reclaimer. Um, they've got to be on like multiple engineers. They've seen engineer every post board game so far. Uh, this is kind of awkward. Take the brainstorm, I guess, and then get a reclaimer. They're probably just priced into trying to Euro now. Black? No, that can't be right. Yeah. It'll be crucial if they have another spell here to escape Euro. Odds are they can the following turn. I'm like somewhat tempted now to just like not lose to Euro, so maybe keep in Bog. Hmm. We're a while away from the Cabal Pit, so I'm just gonna glimpse for just the draw two. This actually gets us closer, ironically, to the This ironically gets us closer to the Cabal Pit as well. I'm saving the glimpse for later. Hey Levi, how's it going, man? Nope, we already did that. So the Euro is probably escaping here. I can't imagine three cards that they can't find a cantrip or something. No, never mind. Like I guess they just had that. That's actually good news. Four, Side Nora. Uh, I've been on the record before to say that I think the dream card right now is some kind of mana dork that's not just a mana dork that has utility late game. So four, yeah. I mean, I think the card is still broken. It was at the time it was banned. I think it still is. You always forget what this does. Sure. So it's a highway robber for everybody who. Okay, it didn't even leave. It's the opposite of a highway robber. We can once right now. I think we just keep the second cradle. Uh, we can go off one more in the next turn now. So they play the Strix. I think we know. Let me see. The Trot was, I think, revealed from the Charlotte's agent. Yeah. So we don't know what their last card is. You can make a. It would be G Explore. Tap UG or block. Explore. Keep in mind, Explore right now is 2 mana. So they've got to be scared because there's a cradle in play and we just kept the cradle. Like that. If that doesn't strike fear into you, I don't know what will. Sure. Oh, the explore mechanic, sure. It's kind of curious what they're doing here. They're attacking. I think I just block the cascade because we don't want this to happen. Maybe they didn't see it. I don't know. I'm definitely keeping the crate. We want the mana. Could be a second engineer. And they just baited us into the block, but nope. This is almost like the panic brainstorm, right? Like you got the Cabal Pit coming down now. Like I have the second Cradle in hand. We're just digging for a natural order here. I know I say that a lot, but like it really is just like the card we want to see. Um, I think we just lead with it. Like, it's just, we're likely gonna hit. No, no more. Well, there's the natural order. We are. Well, no, we have lethal here. There's no point to continue it when you already got lethal. You might draw the hoof is the problem. Uh, it's like 1,000,000 damage. Everybody likes a good comeback story. So we redeemed ourselves for the first loss. We should not have lost, but it is what it is. Okay, I'm gonna go over the deck right now. Now that we have a few more people. I cut the Caracas for now. The list feels really good. You essentially have four removal spells for. It was barely lethal, which is pretty funny, but Earl is pretty big, to be fair, Levi, and they gain like a couple life already. Uh, Engineer, no problem for Reclaimer as usual. The second engineer can be hard because usually they're just either double up or they just take your arbors away, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, one engineer not going to be enough usually against our deck. But against Delver, yeah, we have four removal spells, two of which hit the whale. So I'm pretty confident about that matchup. I think like in general, I've been liking this list a lot. Like assuming the games go more than one turn, I feel good about our chances of winning. We did lose round one because they happened to have the combo game three. Good buddy of mine. I won't reveal their identity though. Although some people might know who this is. DNT. Okay, I never would have pegged this player to be playing DNT. I just this is like almost always right. It's the most broken card in Legacy, in my opinion, and probably in a lot of people's opinion. In terms of just like raw power level, like it feels like a vintage card. Nope, not gonna trade. Smart attack though. If you're on the DNT side, you just want any kind of interaction. Ooh, that's kind of annoying. Sure. Yikes. That is one way we do lose this game. So our opponent did know, since this is a buddy of mine, what we were on. So it's possible they just kept this on the back of Spirit, which is very awkward for us because we don't have the Cabal Pit or removal game one. I think if they had the swords, they would have already used it, but it's okay. Maybe they're trying to play around the crop rotation since they know we do run that. Uh, I think here, given that our draw cards are off the table, it's not worth it. Debating if I want to activate now. Probably not. Any green sun natural wins the game or hoof. So I think we just That's got to be another mom. All right, we're on a 3 turn clock now, which is a little bit annoying. But we do have a lot of draws. Pun not intended. Okay, that's not good for us. We're just gonna deck in because what could that be? Sure, that's reasonable. We have 2 turns to draw out what we need. Well, really 1 turn because we didn't draw right there, and now they can just force both through with mom. That's kind of a little bit awkward. That's gotta be a yeah. They misclicked, unfortunately. Thanks for the host, decent. So we just boarded our removal spells for this matchup. It's like it's what you would expect, right? Like the shepherds come out. Um, I don't even think we need the crop. Maybe we probably want one in case a backup win condition or something like that. I, the crop tends to be kind of good against Rishid Import, but I think having the one shepherd is fine. Um, just because you want like a high enough density as well. I think that's fine. So decent. We played against Alurin twice tonight. So it hasn't been relevant in for that matchup. This is the third match tonight. Should be relevant here. I think I've been liking it a lot. I posted in the Discord that the 2/1/1 removal spell, along with the one Force of Vigor, has felt good. Yeah, I just put it in. Yeah, like I said, I posted in the Discord. I 5-0'd again last night, which is uh, kind of insane because I think it's what, four in the last week or something with this deck. Like it feels very good right now. The only change was I cut the Caracas for the Force of Vigor because Caracas has been kind of underwhelming lately. And but yeah, the 2-1-1 split I like a lot with the two decays, one trophy, and one run afoul. The reason being is you have two outs to the whale, but three flexible answers. You don't really want to run afoul in my opinion because it's not as good against something like Rug. This is fine. The old turn zero or turn one once upon a time. Uh, we don't have any action. We have three lands already. This is one of the rare times you're gonna see me not take Cradle. It does happen every once in a while where I don't take Cradle. Believe it or not. And we sort of got rewarded, right? Because we just drew another line. Flagstones. Okay, that's okay. That smells to me like a containment priest, but we shall see. The one awkward thing about only two basic forests in my list is sometimes DNT players like to bring in Path to Exile against me, and I don't like rewarding them for doing that. I don't think Path to Exile in general should be good against elves. It's definitely not good when they have three basics, but like I only play two, so I get punished. We're just gonna run this in. If they have priest, then we kill it. Uh, okay, so they have the path. Just as we were discussing earlier. Oof, sure. We just want to draw payoff spells here. There's no need to play the heritage in case we draw a glimpse. We They are the beatdown, so I'm just gonna hold Reclaimer back. So it's important to know the matchups. Sure. Um, when we're the beatdown, we want to be attacking. Typically, that's against like combo or hard control. But against these prison or aggro decks, they typically are the beatdown. Sure. Um, I'm not gonna hit the mom. we only care really about GTA. I think we win in most cases here. Factory is kind of interesting. I mean, we know they have Cataclysm. It's just whether they boarded it in or not. Flagstones is a tell that unless you next level people, right? You play that and don't have it, and just so they play around the Cataclysm. That's like actually pretty heads up. We actually have the answer to like for hate bears with the sure. I think we just leave mana up here. It would be very awkward here if they waste us into GT. So assuming, so I've had opponents miss this sometimes, where they can pro green. Sorry, they don't pro green because they assume that I don't have any bounce block effects. I'll declare blocks with Arbor and then sack it with Reclaimer. I've had people miss that. Sure, it's got to be on. I don't know if we care. Is the thing. Probably not. And they have a mom anyways. The one card in hand is a GT. Sure. That's kind of an insane draw. It's it's why I like Once Upon a Time so much, right? Like you just typically have mana in the mid game, and you just do things like that just feel completely unfair. Uh, sure. So I'm leading with the heritage here for extra mana. This way we represent decay up. It's telegraphed, but that's fine, I think. Yeah, we're also holding. Well, yeah, we are. We're doing both, but then they have a flyer, so I think we're like heavily favored from this spot, but um, we'll see, right? They have no pressure now, and like shields are down. We want the Visionary first. The mana is just too important here. Thinking about it more, I kind of want the crop still, just to draw into in these kind of board states. But I think here, given that we're short on mana, we actually pick up the one drop. And this is what I mean. We're gonna pick up the heritage because we're in a double glimpse chain now. I think I've seen newer players who will default to just picking up the visionary, and if you're constrained on mana, that's typically wrong. I'm not making my land drop because I want to draw into Cradle. Yeah. So the magic number is if you have three. Okay, we have now a second Cradle, but if we have three floating, um, you can't. You don't really want to play your one drop because that makes it so you can't continue your glimpse chain. Hopefully that makes sense, but I know it's a little convoluted. Now we have four, right? Like, it should be game from the spot. Like, we're just looking for any kind of payoff, yeah. And even if we don't find the payoff, like, there's no thing that they would draw here that would come. They're too far behind. Uh, yeah, so like debatable, right? Like, do we want the one shepherd or do we want the wrong one crop? I think I kind of like the one crop. It's also a removal spell, which is very relevant. It's like very solid hand. Against these Richardon port decks, it's often okay to have two cradles because the first one's getting locked up, right? Yeah. So our opponent is a very good player. They're not typically on DNT, but they know to attack with the Mon there for extra point of damage. Oh, that tells me it's a containment priest. Like I don't think they missed the trigger there for a Richard Import. I mean, maybe, but I would not bet on it. Um, yeah, we'll just pass here. We're playing around the containment priest. Yeah. Like, what else would it be? Yeah, cheeky little ancestor Rico for sure. And then here they want to port us or waste us. It's like not. It's fine. So we're on like a small two-turn clock, so to speak. But we have the assassin's trophy, which helps. Um, don't think we care. Oh, that's kind of insane. We actually have one once upon a time to pitch too, which is kind of funny. I think here we just go make the big play, right? We're gonna get Visionary going. Like they tapped out, we can. Oh shit! That was a brain fart by me, but oops. Okay, not as good now. So we'll end step once upon a time here. Well, we can't with the wasteland up. Sure. They gotta be porting here, right? We get a lit. Well, let me see. The visionary here is good. We get a little bit punished here if we draw the into the green sun. The nice thing is with the force of a vigor, we can actually tap out. Um, sure. If they had 4 lands, I'd be incentivized to GT there, but that tells me they probably don't have another land. Here's a situation where I want to keep the visionary on board. For extra mana. We're probably favored to win from this sport, if I were to guess. This is actually really insane right here, right now, on this board state. We don't have another play, so we'll just pass. But like, we're sizably ahead, and the reason why is because of the force of vigor. He's probably wondering why he potentially is wondering why I've allowed this to tap out, and I don't think he knows about this card in my deck. I know I've revealed the gender of my opponent right now, but we can pitch a green sun. I want the assassin trophy still. Uh, we could have killed it, but I don't think it really matters. There's a couple of ways to do this. I'm just gonna okay it. Like that's got to be very, very scary for our opponent here. Yes, our opponent knows. Like they're very good. Embarrassing walking into the containment priest, but our deck forgave us. I think that game, couple of all stars. Some of the usual suspects, obviously. Obviously, Kratos is very good for certain burst turns. Water Visionary just grinded out the game, and of course, the probably the card that was most impressive there was the Force of Vigor, because it means we can just tap out every turn and not be afraid of GT. One of the best usernames in Alamoto. Dupe Snug. I don't remember what they are on. I think in general, well, let me think. I don't remember what they're on, but in any kind of fair matchup, I typically don't like Heritage Druid. Um, I just pitched this back. I'm assuming they're on a fair deck. I don't know what they're on. I was like half tempted to put back the Once Upon a Time, but I think that defeats the purpose of the card, right? Like you want to be able to sculpt your hand for free too. Okay, I think they're on Delver. This is like respect for Reclaimer, by the way. Like they're using their normal 2-for-1 removal to eat the Reclaimer, and I'm kind of glad I put back the. I'm glad I put back the. There's a couple ways to do this. I think it's correct to Wirewood here. We lose to something like Double Bolt here. If we do it the other way. Like, we want this to untap safely as a 3-4. Alright, I think we're pretty ahead based on the shuffle. I'm just gonna cash this Glimpse of Nature in here for value. I'm fetching here because I want to play the Reclaimer off the land because it generates one more mana. Otherwise, you're shorter mana. It's like little things like that to be aware of. I think the game is already over, personally. I think we just tap out here. Yep. The reason to tap out here is because we get to bounce it too. Potentially on their turn or things like that. And in case they're playing some weird sweeper main deck, I'm just bouncing it preemptively. I don't think they are, but like you never know. And we're not really punished here for doing so. Yeah, sure. I don't think it really matters. I think the game is already over. Like we've safely now untapped with Reclaimer. Not to mention, like, it gets even more gross, right? We're just on the aggro plan now. There's really no reason to bounce here. Like, I don't think they have sweepers. Like, they're playing a Wasteland deck and Fork Bolt. We're just trying to save chat time now. We're just gonna close out. Like, sure, I don't think it matters. I'm not even gonna bounce. They have efficient threats and answers. We have efficient threats that they can't answer. Exactly. We have this one mana Tormagoyf that they cannot beat. Like, I know for those of you who are not as familiar with Reclaimer, eh, just think of it this way: if you play a lot of Delver, this card is effectively Tormagoyf in this matchup, and anybody who knows the history of the Delver mirrors, the person with the Tormagoyf is typically way ahead. Yeah, I mean, I called it out pretty early. The game was already over. Like they were behind. We have a board. It's game one, so they don't even have things like submerge, which potentially, and I say potentially because depends on we have Wirewood or not too. Potentially answers the visionary. Sorry, not visionary. The reclaimer. It's traditionally their answer to our the one relevant threat in the deck that doesn't survive rough tumble, which is scavenging ooze. But look, I mean, we were just so far ahead there. So they're on blue red, based on the mana base they showed. Yeah, no volley rough like main deck. Like in general, if you untap with a reclaimer during the first few turns of this matchup, you probably won. Like if you play it outright. Like the outside scenario where like I've untapped with reclaimer within like the first 3 turns or so, where I've actually lost the game. Correct. Archon is just in because they're just not a 6 card to bring in. Like the 5 natural order targets plus the one oof. I technically could bring in a land. I think this has more utility personally. But maybe you can argue the bog might be better. I don't know, or even just the oof. Like it's like debatable. Like I wouldn't be opposed to trying it that way with either the oof or the bog. So assuming they don't go turn one cage, yeah, we'll get green sun turn one. That's a very good draw. Well, actually not at the moment. Yeah, it's. I mean, I still have PTSD from Dreadhorde Arcanus, and for those of you who still do or remember it, Reclaimer is essentially our Dreadhorde Arcanus. Like, if we untap, the game's over. Like, it's ridiculous to say, but it's true. Okay, we might be losing this. Like, double Delver start. Okay, so that actually goes back to my other thing. The only times where I've like untapped with a Reclaimer fairly early and lost is something like double Delver flip. Raid! Thank you for the raid, Mr. Lee. Appreciate it. So let me, do this. I just gave Mr. Lee mod access. I think he already had. Maybe he already had. No, I didn't. So now you have mod access, Mr. Lee. Thank you for the raid earlier. We're up a game here in round 4 against one of the best usernames, definitely in Moto. I think we're probably a slight dog at this point, pun not intended. But we'll see if we can come back. They have double Delver flipped on the play, but we are up a game. Yeah, it's like one of my favorite names for sure on Moto. Thank you for the follow, Alutuk Cartez. I think we'll just play this to be safe, but I think we're likely dead. We gotta hope that they don't have another bolt, and they have 3 cards in hand. Yikes. Sure. Yeah, like they had like probably one of the. Thank you for the compliments, Mr. Lee. I know I'm not doing you justice here by losing the first game. I'm, following the raid, but let's see. Or we just. I just got duped. I mean, we just got duped. Yeah, for sure. I think we go to 1 here. I don't think there's an out. Like for us, we have to glimpse our whole deck and just remove everything from the board, which I don't think we can do, but we can try. All right, that's a start. We have to hit 3 removal spells, and we're already starting to run out of time. In this sense. All right, there's the first removal spell, but we have to. Okay, that's a good draw. Hmm. Thank you, I appreciate it. Not quite dead. There's 2 removal spells, but we're kind of cut on mana now. Is the problem? All right. Let me before I do that. Um. There's an argument. The other line here is to bounce the Visionary, but I think the mana is just way too precious right now. Yeah, we gotta hit the Birch Lore, but there are a lot in our deck. There's 3, so we're getting somewhere. Ugh. All right. Thank you for the follow, Emerald D1000. We don't have the Birch Lore, so we're just dead here, unfortunately. Well, actually, let's see. We can gain some life. The Okay, we can't gain 5 enough though. That's the problem. All right, that's just it. Close but no cigar. I think a Birch Lord there. We actually get there, but we didn't draw it unfortunately. Ooze is kind of the win condition with this build. Thank you for the follow, Elvish Spirit Guide of Emerald City. Yeah, I think actually it's funny because I think we get there if we draw the Birch Lord, but I have lost that card in Legacy before, believe it or not. Um, was it? I forgot the guy's name. Sonox used Applejacks with natural order package and got me with it. Yeah, not enough. All right, on to game 3. Hopefully here I don't disappoint. Right, I'm on the play. I just keep the Archon in for science. Yeah, they. I don't remember the exact board state, but like they went. I forget the card's name. It's the one where you sacrifice a mountain or a forest and then just add 3 mana or something like that. Ugh. I think we keep, sadly. Orcish Lumberjack. There you go. So here a little bit punished, right? Not boarding in the bog, and then we don't have another land drop. Although I don't know how relevant bog would be here. I'm gonna jinx myself now. I haven't lost to Delver in. My record against Delver tends to be pretty good, but this is like a very shaky spot. We need to stay afloat here and play out whatever mana we can. Thank goodness for no wasteland. we run out the reclaimer because we're a little bit behind, and I think we have to take some chances here. Ugh. Land. That is not land. They may attack here. I feel like their hand is like creature heavy. Yeah. If we have a land here, we're in the game. That is not land. But that's not a bad draw. Oh man, it's just okay. For a split second, I thought it was submerge. Yikes. If they're attacking with a bow, they might have another creature. But maybe we just block. We got it. We're under a. Yeah, that was really forked up for sure. I don't know if whoever here watches The Good Place, but nice reference if that's what we're going for. Oh, my goodness. This will be damaged, more damage down the road. I feel like we have to save as much life as we can up front. Ugh, come on. Does not look good for us. It was a very good show. Yeah, it was one of my favorite shows actually when it was on. I think we probably lost this. Um, just kind of unfortunate how this played out here. We played the percentages. We needed to hit a land within the next first few turns, and we didn't hit it for a while. Yeah. For those who are watching, this is why I hate natural order against Delver. Like, it's turn 7, I still only have 2 lands. Too little, too late. So it happens, you know. I do lose to Delver every once in a while. I think I feel good about the deck. It just didn't work out right there. And round one, we probably punted, but I have this thing where I typically am my weakest or most vulnerable first match of the night because I'm still thinking about whatever game was on I was watching earlier and not completely focused. Although to be fair, I did run even round three. I ran it, a green sun into the containment freeze. So no excuses. Any football fans out there? Like, I think it was today they announced the new 17 game schedule, which is pretty cool. But yeah, Kristen Bell is one of my favorite actresses from The Good Place, so can't go wrong there. I think Chidi was probably my favorite character though, just because he's well, they both were pretty good. We're on the play. This is a trap hand, I think. Like, I would keep this maybe on the draw because you have two chances to draw land, but you're not making mana for a while. Not to mention you have a like 25% chance of just losing on the spot. It takes a lot for me to move, and uh, that's like one of the hands that does it. I typically try not to move if I can. I wonder what the Ditka, speaking of football references, is on. We're gonna toss back this cradle. Even though I don't like this arbor, it's playable because you don't want to have two guys cradle. Uh oh. Okay, interesting. I yeah, this is kind of awkward. Debating how I want to sequence this. If we put the arbor here, okay, let me see. We have four creatures regardless. Um, yeah, I think we do it that way, and then that's 4 or 5. Yeah, that's we can start bashing next turn. I know before I played less than four shepherds. I've kind of come around on maybe it's just too good not to play four. Like sometimes it's bad in multiples, but like Reclaimer, when it's good, it wins the game. Specifically against the Chalice matchup. So um, I'll take the L on that. Like once upon a time, I said maybe we don't need four Shepherd. We can play fewer than four. What is going on here? We're playing against Pox, I guess. Lone Pox specifically. I think here that we just play everything out, right? Like there's no reason not to. The good thing is we have like a ton of live top decks. Unfortunately, this card is like very annoying against us. Like our reclaimers are shut off, all our tutors are shut off. What is going on? Sure. Man, it's funny. They kind of just turned on our reclaimer. That's also very good. So we have a free point of damage, right? Because of the Wirewood. I typically don't like, well, not even me. I think the legacy community in general does not like playing against uh, Pox type decks. Because most players don't like their lands getting destroyed, but we'll see how this one goes. In particular, Repo Cheap, I don't know if they're on or whoever. I do not like playing against their deck because the curses is actually very effective against our deck. Curse of Misfortunes, for instance. Yeah, good question. The reason why I didn't attack with Birchlore there is because if they block the Birchlore, I can't replay the same turn. Oh, so Enduring Idealist is from my LGS. So so Alex is in the house. But they're so yeah. The reason why I didn't play the Birchwood there is if they block it, we don't have the mana to replay the same turn, right? Because we tapped the forest for the Wirewood. But we can do it the next turn. It's not that it's the most important elf. It's just that I wanted to have it on board. Like I want to blank their hand disruption, which I'm assuming they have. They potentially have some number just stranded in their hand right now. Maybe not. I don't know. Like these lists typically have like him. It also makes okay, no problem. Yeah, like because then the so whatever they block, whichever. Okay, there's the ass trophy. That's annoying. I think I get a land from this, if I recall. Never mind. Never mind. Not how it works. Is it a May? Okay, that was a mistake by me. Yep, that was a mistake. I usually don't play against this card, so did not know what how the interaction with trophy. Yeah, it's like and it's kind of annoying too because it's like really only it's like effective particularly against our deck. Like I don't even care about engineer most of the time. Like I just cabal pit it, like play in a way where it's annoying for my opponent. But in this situation, like I can't even do that with this agent. And unfortunately, I won't make that mistake again where I click OK, right? Like they, I didn't realize they can just steal our land doing that. In a way, it's deck thinning, I guess. That's a very good draw. Yeah. I think we're gonna keep this in hand in case they smallpox us. If they have another agent here, they might double block. I think that's what they're doing. Yep. Oh, can't punish that, unfortunately. Kind of, yeah. We gave our opponent an extra land, which is the frustrating part, but Um, I'm not sure it really matters. Like there's, okay, we'll just pass. Yeah, the frustrating part is I'm not even sure Agent is good against most of Legacy. It just happens to be good against us. Like I'm more okay with Engineer, to be honest. Like because at least I can deal with it with Reclaimer. Heal through. We've been punished somewhat today by the 1-3 players. If we lose this one, this will be our second loss in the against the 1-3 bracket. Actually, I should not have done that, but I should have just played because the Wasteland's out, right? Like I should have just held it in hand. Oh, Lee played against them early. Sure. I'm trying to think what a win looks like from here. They didn't. Oh, unfortunate. Normally, I'm very happy to see this card on these kind of board states where you just sure where you randomly get a win, but not here. We're being a little bit sloppy there. Like we had two misplays so far this game. One because we didn't know what this. We thought we could search a land, but the way it works is it doesn't matter as I think I confused Assassin's Trophy with something else that prevents searching. I think Mind Sensor was a card. Actually, yeah, I think I'm confusing with Mind Sensor, the opposition agent. I played against Mind Sensor, sure, a little bit in Modern, so that's probably why. I played with and against it. All right, we have no choice but to take Liliana down here. Yeah. The thing is, we're gonna lose a creature anyways. We might as well do it on our terms. They played two. That's not a good block by them. I would have taken out the Birch Lore. The question here is whether to play Cradle or not. I think it's probably correct not to play it because not sure what we're even afraid of here. I guess technically they could have another Liliana or smallpox type effect. So, okay, we got immediately punished for not doing so. Because in the other scenario, we're just playing around two Wasteland left in their deck, right? Or something like Assassin's Trophy. Right. There's like a couple of permutations, like where we lose there. Or not, we get punished, I guess, is the right word. This is an excellent draw. Yeah, I mean, especially like our deck is not really built to beat this card either. That's the other thing. Well, Well, it depends, right? Like if we, so Alex, if we play it out, we don't lose to Liliana or him. So Reclaimer is real good here. It means that they can't attack anymore. I actually think we might be favored now from this spot. Like that Reclaimer draw is kind of insane, because before we would probably get Abyss every turn. Now we don't, because we can block bounce the Goyf with the Visionary, and then Reclaimer can hold down the fort against Agent. Um. Uh-oh. Sure. Not what I would have done if I was them. What I would have done if I were them is attack with Goya, force me to block, then plus Lily to get rid of the Visionary. Although I guess then I can attack it down. Like I have to think about the math. They, ooh, they should not be attacking. We're definitely favored here. It's just by how much. And whether we want to take down the Lily or not. Actually, let's do it this way. I'm gonna go bash with the Reclaimer. There's no way they're blocking. This is more optimal. This way I can have the Reclaimer back on defense post draw. And like we're pretty ahead now, I think. Like despite like just an insane start from them. I think they need another Blood Chief Thirst to get out of this, because non-targeted rule was not going to help them here. This being a mini Goyf is like highly relevant right now. Right, exactly. I mean, they sequenced the previous turn pretty poorly, in my opinion. Like, attacking with a Goyf doesn't accomplish anything there. The way they did it. And now, like, I'm drawing. Sure, I don't think this really matters. Sure. It like slightly matters. It hurts us obviously, but the thing is, their Orborg is not turning on our Wooded Foothills, which is like really funny. They should not be attacking. The problem is they're they're kind of behind now, because I'm drawing three cards a turn really, and they're drawing one. So I think we probably won. Like even though we were so far behind in this match. Well, let me take that back. We weren't that far behind. We were somewhat behind. All right, so this one generates mana for a Visionary, just the way we drew it up. I'm doing it this way because I don't want to leave the reclaimer uh, tapped for. I guess I could have done it the other way. Doesn't really matter. I'm trying to think what how we close out from here. Maybe it's just as simple as just getting a. We can't really attack is the problem too because they what they do is if they play it right, the Goy blocks the biggest creature. Well, actually, in this case, we can start attacking with two reclaimers. All right, let me think. Blood Chief Thirst is a sorcery. If we attack with the two reclaimers, we have to be a little bit careful too, where we just don't like get sniped and lose the game for no reason. Um, we can attack with the two reclaimers. The one that they block with the go, we bounce, and then we chip in for three a turn, and then we leave everybody else back. Uh, yeah, I think I like that, and we can afford to bounce here. It's not a big deal. This is an embarrassment of riches right now. I mean, hello. I think we won. That locks it up, I think. So what they're gonna do here is they should be blocking the Goyf. Yeah, like the game was lost, or the game not lost, really turned around when we drew the Wirewood. Oh, okay, here comes so they must have like three or four agents because that's the third one now that they've drawn, and we're just gonna deploy everything. Like there's no reason not to. If they had the engineer, they would. I mean, it doesn't really matter here, right? Yeah, the game really turned around when we got the Waterwood and the Reclaimer down. Like otherwise, we get Abyss every turn, right? Because we can only block bounce with once. The fact that the Reclaimer can hold down the fork. I'm thinking a good place still, but hold down the uh, fort against Agent is huge. Pun not intended. I mean, I think it's already over regardless. Fort is the right word. I agree. Decent. That's what I was trying to say, but then, these good place puns, right? What am I forking saying, right? Yeah, I think our opponent is in the words of our buddy Jonathan Zhang. This is the pregnant pause, like what they're trying to do, and in his honor. Sure, I don't think we even bounce anything. That blood chief thirst is a little too late. We're not even gonna bring anything back here. We're just gonna go wide. Uh, so they have to block one. That's like a m- 1,000,000 damage, practically. Actually, what I should have done was, yeah, well, yeah, third land is lethal shepherd, so I goofed that. Yeah, I saw it too late. And I was already tunnel vision to my line. This is what I need to improve on. Where sometimes I get a little bit, I guess arrogant is maybe the right word. So I need to cut that out and clean up my what's it called, clean up my play, and not lose potentially games I shouldn't lose. Um, I think this is an easy swap for the Progenitus because of Bloodcheese Thirst. Like we don't want our Archon just randomly dying. Um, I don't think they have Chalice based on the way the game's played out. They for sure have Engineer. The question is, do we want to deal with Engineer when it's on board, or do we want to preemptively deal with Thoughtseize? And I think it's incorrect because against these Dark Ritual decks, I think they're just ahead on board. So I think this is not great. Unfortunately, they have like a million. What is the word I'm looking for? I think we just board out the Shepherds. They don't seem great to me here. Uh, Crop could be interesting. Better against the Richardon port decks, but oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, they probably don't have Chromox in this build, and probably don't have Chalice, so no real reason to keep it in. I think I like the single crop. Just actually no, it's kind of bad too because they have opposition agent. So let's do that. That looks fine, I think. Always, always the hero we need and don't deserve. Decent, reminding me about the oof. Some strange matches for sure tonight. Uh, it's funny too because I typically play a little worse on stream, as some of you may have noticed, than normal. But this is a mole. I definitely enjoy. I've been enjoying more and more the interaction with stream for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think even if I don't see it against the chalice decks, I just like something that gets around it, so I can just pitch it away to natural order. It's like a little fringe, but sometimes they have ballista, random things like that too. I think here, I think our plan is natural order, and we're gonna hope they keep an engineer in hand. We're just gonna get blown the doors off if they go turn one dark ritual agent. Yikes. Okay, that's like equally as bad. Jeez. So they have, man, this is like one of the most hateful. This is like one of the most hateful decks against Elves. Not only do you have Engineer, you have Opposition Agent. You're gonna run Liliana too. Just not what we want to see. I mean, I don't know what Travis plays, but I did not know he plays these kind of decks. Oh my goodness. That cannot be good for us. Sure. Okay, I think we're okay with that. Um, from here, we actually have an out. We can beat this deck. We have to draw not natural order. Gaia's Cradle pretty soon. That is actually not bad. Thank you for the follow, Juju Bean. Juju Bean is a noted what is it called? Is a noted Heliod player. Oh, awesome! I'm a big fan of Max Thorson too. They went turn one Liliana on us. Game one, they went turn one, and we won game one, surprisingly. Opposition agent. Our deck, which is full of tutors. Ugh, okay. This game not so good, but we somehow stole game one. I think this matchup is like very difficult for us. But overall, I've been enjoying the stream for sure. People tuning in. Ugh. Uh, yeah, this one does. The problem is they had this as well. I think we might as well fetch here. I don't. Well, actually, maybe we shouldn't have, in case we drew a cradle. That was a mistake. I got tunnel visioned into the visionary. You get it? That was unintended. I know. So what I'm gonna do, Max, is I think within the next few weeks I'll probably start heading out to Spell. I just wanted to take it easy first, as our LGS started to wrap up again, so to speak. All right, now we're probably just dead. That's not bad. I think from here. It's like, do we want to be efficient or do we want to play to? Okay, I'm gonna do this. It's not gonna matter. This virtual is not gonna really matter. So I'm just gonna play it out and have them kill it instead of the reclaimer. That way, if I draw a land, I can just green sun for scavenging ooze the following turn, and then hope to take over the game with that. Oh my goodness. We fetch basics, and they have the trophy. I do not see a way we win this game now. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I think for Spellhold, I definitely want to. Spellhold is our LGS store, by the way, which Max and Alex are both a part of. But I think within the next week or two, I'm definitely gonna start showing up again. I'm like very far behind in cards though. I don't own Allosaurus Shepherds or Skyclave Aberrations on paper, which are cards I want to own for various reasons. Shepherds obviously for elves, but I think this is a game over. I'm trying to think what a win even looks like from here. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm thinking of I guess motor prices where apparition is more. Okay, we goofed that. I forgot about the agent, but sure. The good thing is I think is we would have lost anyways. Like we can't beat these kind of hands. They're like almost like a combo deck against us, right? The combo is Dark Ritual into 3-drop turn one. Well, actually, no, it's still over. Yeah, okay. If Aberration is cheap, then I'll probably pick that up for like D&T or something. Yeah, I know, I just admitted to the whole world right now, or at least whoever's Mr. Lee's followers and watchers that I secretly play D&T. I'm a Matalia supporter, I guess. I don't think we board any differently here. The problem is, yeah, if they have a Dark Ritual hand, we're such a big underdog. That's a mole. I mean, I wonder what I'm putting back here. Yeah, Thalia, she's my girl and all, but like, did not age as well as I would have liked. Thanks for the follow, Star Wars man whore. Keep. Yeah, Thalia is actually the second. Elves being the first. D&T is actually the second. What is it called? Legacy deck I owned. Only because at the time it was like fairly cheap. Like, actually, Richard Port weren't even that cheap at the time. I think we take the Visionary. So an argument to be made to, well, the reason why I did it, I want to increase my odds of drawing Cradle. Right? The good thing is we have the natural ooze here, and I know they do have outs to it, but it's a card that can take over the game. I feel like we're gonna get Dark Ritual here again, unfortunately. Yep. This is not particularly fun. I apologize to chat. I know this type of gameplay is. I mean, maybe some of you enjoy this kind of gameplay. I don't particularly enjoy it. If I were them, I would have sequenced it him first into Thoughtseize. But unless they're trying to just hit lands. Depends what they're going for there. Sure. Cradle wins us the game on the spot. But it's also a big if. Feels like we're playing Pox though. We have a very nice number of audience right now. Okay. One time, Gaia's Cradle. We called it. It's nice in so many ways right now. The fact that I did not attack with Arbor is probably scary for them right there. I'm gonna pitch the Arbor. Typically, I don't like to pitch mana, but the reason here is to play around Wasteland. Like Wasteland into Edict is how we lose here. And this matchup is like kind of miserable too, as most of you have seen. It's very nice for sure. I cannot believe we won right now. I think we were. I think this matchup. I haven't played it much, obviously, like based on my inexperience about the Assassin's Trophy interaction, but it feels not very good. Like they go turn one Dark Ritual into a bomb that we probably lose to. We lost twice. The Delver one, I think we just got a little unlucky. It happens. Like I had been running hot against Delver, and this first loss is potentially on us. I'm gonna run it back. Yeah, for sure. Better lucky than good. But quick restroom break first. Close this, and I'll be back in 30 seconds. Ooh, quick cue. Perfect. I want to play against Delver, and I don't remember. I think they're on Allurin, but I could be wrong. I think I played them the other day. Sure. Uh, I'm just gonna assume that they're on a non-wasteland deck. We get a little bit punished if they are. We a couple of things here. We can cash our glimpse in for 2, but I mean, we get punished by something like a Leo here. But I think we're gonna go bigger and get a guy's cradle. They may like decay or something. I don't know. Yep, it looks like a decay is coming. Um, we can glimpse for value here. It'd be glimpse for 3, I guess. The question is if we want to have it protected by the shepherd. I think we just go for it here. Yeah, nice. I typically try not to play scared, and I think ancestral recall here is, or at least potential ancestral recall here is just too good to pass up. Wow, that's like kind of insane. Like our draws. The old turn 3 ancestral recall. Okay, the fact that they play abundant harvest tells me they're on some kind of slower deck, not Allurin, or well, probably not. I don't know. Maybe they still are on it. Like, okay, so Magic Bot says Alurin. I think we just have the game wrapped up here. Like we have two Shepherd. Oh, that's not a great draw, but it's like not bad. Yeah, Glimpse of Nature is a kind of a silly card. So is Natural Order. We just boarded similar to how we boarded before with the Thought Seizes. Um, don't think we're gonna try to play that kind of Earl game. Uh, yeah, ooh for sure. I just boarded it out right now. I don't. I'm trying to think how I boarded it previously, but for sure, Alex. I am targeting either next week or the following week to come back to the store to play, get some casual games in at least for sure. I'm a noted at EDH enthusiast at my um, LGS. I've earned my commander stars and stripes, so to speak. So possible they have. Well, they were fetching duels, so I'm gonna try to leave in the Archon here. Uh, Goose almost tells me they're on like bug potentially. I don't know, but it's a little bit dangerous, right? Like if they have the Ice Fang, I guess we'll just board as if they're a control deck. We can go down in the heritage count. Um, I think like Plague Engineers to be expected. All right, the Alluring Stopper. Probably can shave one Birchwell Rangers too. I don't like shaving Cradles when the speed potentially matters. In any longer game, I'll cut one, but I think this is fine. Sure. We don't have black, but we actually do. On the play, I probably mull this. Only because on the draw, you have two draw steps, right? You have two draw steps to hit the second land. It's counterintuitive, I know, but it's for me. It's not. It's a nice number again. All right. Either the foul or the Allurin. Sorry, not the foul. Sorry, the Allurin or the Leo. I think we take the Leo here. They don't have the combo pieces. We're just gonna play the percentages. Same thing, right? As before. Like if they have everything, they have everything. All right. This is like important sequencing here. Um, we have double Birch Lord, so we want them to decay the one that's redundant instead of leading with a Reclaimer. I mean, I think this is like pretty straightforward for most people, but in case it bears mentioning. Okay, they have two decays. Interesting. All right, let's see what's up. Um, I don't think the Allurin actually matters right now. Actually, the yeah, I don't think the Allurin actually matters. I may actually just take the Force negation because if they draw into a land, well, if they draw into a land, they're probably gonna Earl, and but then they can't Earl safely. So I think we take the Force negation and then force them to force for sure. Yeah, it's so good. We gotta take it over the force of will, right? Like I think we gotta force them to pitch the euro here. Are they gonna actually cast it? This seems greedy. Like shields are completely down here. Actually, that's not true. They could have drawn a blue pitch. No Earl, no Lauren, no Decay. Okay, that's what we know. I'm too good at this game, I guess. Or too lucky at this game, what is what I really mean. Um, I think it's pretty straightforward. We take the force here. And then we start drawing cards. Um, so we have 3, 4, 5, 6 mana, 7 mana. Okay, we're a little bit off hoof mana so far. So I'm just gonna draw cards. Um, the other line we didn't board in the bog, but potentially get reclaimer there because of the euro. But we, oh, okay, okay. It's not lethal. We learn from our mistakes, so we're gonna wait a turn. No, the reason why is they have Allurin, right? Like we don't want to just get comboed out while Progenitor is trying to swing. All right, so they ponder and did not do anything. I'm gonna draw cards and see if I can force this natural order through. Okay. Um, let's see how much mana. That's 8. We get a little punish here if we draw the hoof, but I feel like being greedy. Actually, that should be black mana. In case they have like removal or something random like that. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay. What am I doing? I like tunnel vision into thinking. Wait, for some. Oh, they played the Mista. Was that what that was? I'm trying to think. They did. I thought they did something on their turn. Okay, yeah. They didn't. Oh, they wanted the land off the ponder. That's what it was. I'm like spacing out here. That should have been easier. It's a good call out, Decent. You are completely right. We should have saved the chat the extra 10 seconds or whatever it was there, where we, I'm like guilty of this. Yeah, feel free to yell at me for sure. I don't want to waste chat's time if we have lethal on board. In another lifetime, I feel like I would have been a control player because all I do is just want to draw cards instead of actually winning the game. Case in point, right there. But we had lethal on board, like. Yeah, pretty much playing with our food there. Like, the prey was already dead. We just was taking our time. Play against Onion Lotus. We do not know what they are on, but this is like a very good keep. Nice number again. Somewhere right now on the East Coast in Maryland, Jarv Dog, aka Jarvis U, would be proud of me for these nice references. Generally correct as the turn one play most of the time. Not always, but most. Little quick note on fetches and which. Okay, I think they're on lands. A little quick thing about fetches. In general, we want to be leading with Verdant and Windswept Heath because Green Sun is more associated with the decks that would play those fetches. We're gonna get ported here. I do not like this matchup, but it is what it is. A couple of things here, right? Like we can play a dude into a visionary, but that's actually not great use of this cradle. I'm gonna do what I like to call a setup turn, where actually I should not have done that. Um, yeah, I guess I can play a visionary now. I was debating whether just to play like a heritage into and land go and just end step fetch another arbor to increase the mana for cradle, but drawing is potentially better there. Yeah, and you never know, right? They might. Yeah, same thing. Like I don't know what other elf players call it, but I like to refer to this as like a setup turn. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be a tabernacle, I think. So many times after my lands opponent will fetch that, there's this brief pause because I don't know if other elf players have just concede on the spot or whatnot, but because it's miserable to play against. Uh, I think I will pay. Sure. Nice. We wanted to hit a land drop there. Here we can actually start developing our mana a little bit. Um, I may get this question from chat why I just did it the way I did it. The reason being is because you have more options going into the next turn. They're gonna waste us here, but that's even more annoying than what I thought they were gonna do. But that makes sense. So they want to hit us here because I think they suspect we're sandbagging a cradle, and that would be a good guess on their behalf. Man, this is we just this, what. So the way this game is playing out here is, for the next like 5 turns, we just want to hit draw lands to just load up on mana and just go do everything the same turn. Hmm. Sure. I'm paying with a Bayou. I'm paying with a Bayou there in case it matters for Wasteland for whatever reason, like for bluffing purposes and whatnot. Sure. Land. That's not what I want. Um, I think we're priced into playing the Cradle here based on the way this game is going out. So the nice thing is, on our upkeep, when they port us, we're gonna once upon a time in response. So I was incentivized to do that there. That Mox Diamond tells me a loam is coming potentially. Yep. My. Oh my god. Ooh. This is not fun. Hmm. I think we just bounce stuff here because we have to pay everything with the tabernacle anyways. I think we also bounce here. No. They're tapped out, so it doesn't matter which one. Um, Here we're gonna. Well, actually, with the loam in the yard, it's time to eat it. Like we can't mess around with that loam. That's no joke. Loam is no joke. It's also good. Like ooze activation is also good against Richard and Port. We're in for quite the grind here, though. But so are they. They have their own reclaimer to pay tax on. We're paying taxes, and DNT's not no. And Dolly is nowhere in sight. Can expect. Yeah, Ooze is kind of insane right now because their port is not that great here. Like we just start eating away at their stuff. The maze like kind of helps them. What it does is it means that both players are gonna have to hunker down. Like this is gonna be quite the grind now. Yes. They port us. We'll eat something. All right. They did not port. Um. One thing we need to be weary of. All right. I'm just gonna eat my arbor first because I don't want it to die to punishing fire. Make them respond. And I'm just gonna pass turn here. It feels bad, right? I wanted to have another mana for like another play, but another play doesn't really do us any good here. Possible. Let's see what they do. All right, they're just gonna try to constrain us. This is gonna be quite the grind, chat. Yeah, this is what I mean. Why you want to against Richard and Port decks? You typically want, unless you know you're playing Decay or something, um, you typically want to tap your uh, non-basics first because they may force you to react if they wasteland you. Yeah, so like for instance, if this ooze was a 2/2 and we had only Bayou up, they can force us. We activate, and then they punishing fires in response, something like that. Sure. Ugh. That loam was their own ancestral recall earlier. I think here we just eat their yard. We don't really get punished for not doing it. The only thing that really they have two wastelands, so we might as well eat them. Might as well eat the wasteland, I guess. It's not gonna matter really. Yes. Um, I think it's feels bad here, but I think we are incentivized to let that die. They may port us in response here, and I'm gonna once in response. Loam, yeah, it's a 2 mana cantrip. That's for sure. You got to be kidding me. Ugh. It's actually kind of good if you think about it. Oh, okay. Unless we drew that, like we weren't drawing a land for a while. Um, I have not missed off Once Upon a Time in quite a while, and then in the last 2 days, I missed like 3 times. So I guess variance happens, right? Like I think I went for like months without missing with Once Upon a Time, and then suddenly I think I feel like I missed like 3 times in the last 2 days. All right, we're gonna do it again. We gotta hit lands. Uh, the good thing is Reclaimer is a good draw here, but not hitting land hurts again. Yikes. I think we can cut the Visionary. This like we need speed. That loam is gonna be not loam, but yes, the Sylvan Library is probably gonna find a loam. I would guess, or at least dig for one, and we're probably not favored from here. So far, to recap on the night, we went 3-2 in our first league. Probably could have been a 4-1. I did punt the first match. All right, now we're probably just dead. And then we are 1-0 in this league, so not bad, but not particularly great. I'll take it though. It's like 60%, I guess, so far, right? Like 3-2 is still not the worst. So let's see if they go for the combo here. Probably should if I were them. You'd be playing scared if you're not. Okay, so they are playing more conservatively, I guess. I think I want to take the Wasteland here again. We need to be able to develop our mana, which we have not been able to do this match so far. Uh-huh. I think we just slam the Reclaimer here and start fetching up Cradle. It really depends how conservative or aggressive they play here, right? They have the onboard Merit Lage. Um, interesting. They have the onboard Merit Lage, just whether they want to go for it or not. I think tonight we faced two of the matches. It's not that they're the worst matchups. It's probably one of the more slow deaths I prefer not playing against. That's like the dark ritual into like mono black, so to speak. It's either Pox or the like curses deck where you go turn one dark ritual into a 3-drop bomb like Liliana Last Hope or Plague Engineer or Opposition Agent. Um, I mean, they're winnable, but it's just not particularly fun. And it's not like Belcher where it's a quick death. And then lands I don't particularly enjoy playing against because of Tabernacle triggers. If you notice, we're behind on clock, and that is not unusual for me against a lands opponent. Um, I think we're just dead here. Like, they should. The writing's on the wall. They should make a Merit Lage on end step. Yeah. Yeah. This matchup, you typically want to hit like 5, 6 lands because of things like this can happen. Like it's so hard to pay for the Tabernacle trigger. The good thing is our sideboard is kind of the sideboard is kind of insane against them. Like in this configuration, we have like a ton of cards to bring in. The stuff that goes out, I don't think Collector Oof is particularly good. Like, this is like a high variance card. It's like either insane or does nothing. Nowhere in between. You want to grind against their deck. In general, in my opinion. I also think Archon is not particularly good. We know they have Maze. We just want a clean answer like Progenitus. These are just like bombed against them, and this configuration in particular is like we're missing the Caracas in the sideboard tonight, but this excuse me. This particular configuration is pretty good against them. We have 4 lands. It's like ideal against lands. I think the ideal hand is like 4 lands, natural order, green sun, and something like that. Ooh, who's another good one? Hey Nathan, how's it going, man? Glad to see you here. We are in our second league, 1-0. We finished the first league at 3-2. Probably could have been 4-1, but I most likely punted our first match of the night. In typical Newton fashion, started the night off wrong. Nice. What deck are you playing in Vintage, Nathan? Yeah, we're down a game against lands. We got wastelanded / tabernacle out of the game 1. I do not like seeing 2 cards out of their deck, and that's Exploration and Mox Diamond. And well, from a win perspective. Yeah, this is one of my mods. He only plays land. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with the username. Like, didn't really ring a bell, so I wasn't sure what they were on. Natural order. Nope. So for those who aren't familiar with Reclaimer builds, this is a line that is like very important to know, and it comes up actually a lot. When you have Reclaimer and a Cradle, what you want to do is if you don't have another play, you want to play a 1-drop, either a Elf or a Wirewood Symbiote, and then on end step you pitch the first land of the game for an Arbor, so you actually ramp 1. It's a turn 2 Reclaimer rampant growth. For anybody trying to learn the deck, right? Or if you want extra game against me or whoever's playing this version, it's something to be aware of. Like, Reclaimer actually generates 1 mana on turn 2 with Gaia's Cradle. And it's nice too, right? Because they can't wasteland you here. Sure. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't realize Painter was popular in vintage. I just assume when I think of vintage, I think of like Xerox decks. I think of Dredge. I think of Shops come to mind, and I guess Paradoxical Outcome. Oh, it's not pop. Okay, gotcha. Oh, great. They're just gonna wasteland us here, or Tabernacle, one or the other. Probably wasteland. Yeah. All right, that's fine. I'm gonna actually fetch right now. I'm gonna fetch a Bayou as well. The reason why I'm fetching a Bayou is because I can fetch a. I want to. In general, you want to fetch the land that you want to pitch. So I want the basic later. It's counterintuitive, I know. Like we want natural order off the top right here. That would be a good draw. The okay, they're gonna cradle. Jeez, okay. Like these are very aggressive crop rotations that our opponent is doing here. Like each time they do that, they're down 2 cards. We're down one, and I think we're okay with that trade. Okay, interesting. So we can once right now, but then that means we can't get cradle. I think getting cradle is more important, personally. Yeah, and same thing here. I'm gonna get the body because I'm intending to pitch it away. This is really oops on cradles, or in their hand, oops all crops. I think they're hurting themselves here more than they're hurting us personally, but hard to say, right? Yeah, oops all cradles versus oops all wastelands. Because each time they do that, I mean, I don't, I get the logic. It's because it's scary for the elf player to untap with the for a guy's cradle, but then they're two for wanting themselves every time. Natural order. Wow. Okay. Interesting. This is a heck of a draw. I'm gonna check my draws first. Visionary's a good draw. The shields are down right now. I don't have anything in the yard. I agree with Hardcast. Well, yeah, I think we just play it safe here. Like it's possible they're sandbagging something. So I think we play it safe. We get far more punished for something else. Like even if they draw loam, they're incentivized to play anyways, regardless of exploration. But yeah, we're pretty far ahead because they essentially, hey Romario, how's it going? And nice to see you. See what I did there, guys and gals? Yeah, that's what I heard about vintage cubes. Unfortunately. Yeah, I'm trying to get you into. Why gotta happen like this? Why does that gotta happen like that? All good, Romero. All good. I think here the damage does not matter, so I'm just gonna pass. Actually, I should do something in case of something funny like sudden shock. I should just eat one of the lands to grow my ooze right now. Actually, there are ironically, no creatures in the yard. Huh? That's strange. It really is Oops All Wasteland and Oops All Kratos this match or this game. That I'm sorry, you're gonna have to learn the hard way. Thank you for the follow, Unbanned Mental Misstep. I am sorry my opponent had to learn the hard way there. Yeah. The good thing is, it's the type of mistake, and they should know this. They play Reclaimer. Um, fellow Oops player, what is going on here? Good thing I have these ley lines around. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised my opponent made that mistake, only because they play Reclaimer themselves. It's a line that they should force check for sure, yeah, or leyline check. But they play Reclaimer themselves, so they should be aware. But I guess you're not as used to seeing that from Elves, where, um, and this is kind of why I went down to 0 Queen Ranger. It's okay to play one, I think, but I just don't think it's necessary. Reclaimer kind of does the same thing, right? Like it protects your all good, Nathan. It happens. Like, um, I'm kind of surprised though. If you're not as experienced, I wouldn't expect them to be playing lands. I feel like lands is the type of deck that rewards experience with the format. I think if opponent weren't experienced, I expect them to be playing some kind of fast combo. Hey Tim, how's it going, man? Oh, is it? Okay, I didn't. I did. Yeah, I assume lands is a difficult matchup. That's why I was kind of surprised. But I mean, we have. I mean, why does Tim not have mod access? Okay, that has been rectified now. Yeah, it's definitely not one of my favorite to matchups to play, only because I think the lands player, if they're experienced, should be favored. And I know Tim whoops my butt every time, but uh, definitely appreciates a veteran of the craft, so to speak. It, yeah, it's not like the worst matchup. The problem is it's miserable to play is more the issue. Like it's winnable. It's just like a grind fest, right? Like I'm behind 4 minutes on clock already. Uh, I think we just want to continue hitting lands. So I'm just gonna play my Windswept Heath and then Once Upon a Time on there instead. Yeah, like I've definitely been like, at least 10 minutes behind or something before because of the tabernacle triggers. Speaking of which, this could be a tabernacle coming. I've never timed out to tabernacle, but I have been far, far behind in time. The good thing is usually the lance player will put me out of my misery, right? Like they finally assemble the merit lage. I finally die. Oh my god. Oh, why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do that? They should be attacking there. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I could block, I guess, but then they get eat my land, right? Or they get a wasteland me. No, it's not bad, but we have the ooze luckily to eat the loam. Here, yeah, you continue to hit land drops. Like this is gonna eat our land here, but it is what it is. Hmm. Okay. Um. Potentially, I just run out the ooze here, the cradle, since I have another. I think I kind of like that actually. Like you cannot get enough of lands, pun intended, in this matchup. Like you want to get to like 5 or 6 lands, and because this is gonna be happening all game potentially. Oh my god. Okay, so that's kind of yeah. It's been popular. I've been running into it, but not out of reclaimer builds though. No, unbanned. I've been seeing it around. Oh my, it could be a tabernacle maybe. All right. What we can do here is we can just pitch everything, force them to eat their own reclaimer with the drop of honey, and just kind of start new. Like, let's do that. Like, I'm gonna eat their wasteland. I'm gonna eat their taiga. Well, and we're just gonna let everything die. Like, we can I don't want to deal with the drop of honey every turn. Like, getting a mist. Uh, I think we actually save this. Um, hmm. I kind of want to save this in case they draw another loam. But so I'm just gonna play my fetch and pass and let their reclaimer die. Interesting that they got Ancient Tomb. I feel like that potentially means they have Valakut Exploration in their hand. Um, I'm not gonna fetch an Arbor there because it just taxes itself, right, with the Tabernacle. We get yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Uh, I think we play the Arbor now and pass. My guess is here is a Valakut Exploration is coming. Yep. Sure. Um, we don't really get punished here because we have the cradle in hand. That's 2 mana. Ah, man, we're a little bit short, unfortunately. We can get 2 points of chip damage in here, depending on our draw. Hmm. Not the worst. Okay, so this is kind of big. We can unlock our entire hand right now if we hit the tabernacle on their end step and then go off. I like that a lot. It's telegraphed because we're keeping an arbor up, but so be it. Like, if my opponent, it's like super fishy what's going on right now. The other thing it could be is a once upon a time, but then I would have main phased it in most cases. Like, their spider sense should be tingling right now. Like, something's wrong. And I think they sense it. Yeah. This is aggressive crop rotation because I think they know some, and it's also helpful with their Valaka exploration, but I think they can sense something's not quite right. Yeah, this is a defensive play right here, right? Like Richard and Port. Um, Couple of things. Like we can continue to play this kind of game and just hit their Valaka exploration, or we can just untap. Well, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking about the prog line right now. Like, if they port us, that's one short mana, and then we have to pay 2 potentially to the Tabernacle. Um, so we would still be short. We would still be short. What is it called? Progenitus or Natural Order. So I think we're gonna play to win here. We're gonna hit their Tabernacle. They're gonna port, and then we're gonna. Yeah, Trophy Tabernacle. Because they're gonna port here, right? Like we're gonna be short 1 mana otherwise. We gotta bluff at least. That could be a punishing fire. Yep. We just got there, guys and gals. All right. So that's good. We do lose to a Merit Lage here, but I'm not playing around that. Like, we found an opening. We're gonna go for it. Sure. If we're lucky, they might even take themselves out of Merit Lage one-shotting us. I think we're gonna get there. I agree. Oh, the exploration's kind of good, but all right. Now we're really safe, right? Well, sort of, because the tracker can attack us on the crackback. I think we're gonna get there. Yeah, I don't see how we lose this game now. Agreed. That's exactly what I'm doing here. I think the way we lose now here is a timeout, but I don't think that's gonna happen. They should not have played that Balaka exploration, in my opinion, because what that does now is they're just shorter on mana, right? Like, congratulations, Nathan. At least you won. Prague coming in handy here. I'm just gonna yield through. I don't think they can beat us from here. Hail Hydra, yeah, I'm definitely a big MCU fan. So, for those of you who haven't watched it, I would recommend both Plus shows that have gone on this year. They've been both excellent. WandaVision and Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Small plug for Disney. But yeah, like that third game there was not too bad, but like again, like we dealt with that tabernacle for forever, and we just had one mana, so we had a small opening that essentially opened the door for us. Um, I mean, like it's not the end of the world, Nathan. It's just if you have the time, I think it's a good watch. Keep. We're playing against Bob Bobro, or yeah, I think that's how you pronounce it. Sure. I always think it's funny when they take the Once Upon a Time because they're scared of what I could draw. Obviously, you take the green sun here, yeah. Yeah, trophy is good. Like I think right now, decent David. Like if you're an Elves player, it's malpractice if you're thinking, oh, my opponent got lucky. They happen to have the whale. Like you should know about the whale. The card has been around forever, and the only reason why it wasn't played before was because there was a better version of the card. And if you really wanted to, shout out to Adam Wallace who first introduced me to how broken that card was. He played it as a fifth Arcanist in Grixis Delver against me, and that card did a lot of work. Not what I want to draw. Yeah, I'm playing it as a one of. Ooh, this is kind of good. Yeah, Adam's great. I like Adam a lot. He what's the word I'm looking for? He was part of my consulting group when I won the showcase, and I've been pinging his ideas on and off, mostly with sideboard decisions, some main deck, but for the last year or two. I trust his opinion on the deck, even though his build is slightly different from mine. Oh, nice, Nathan. That's awesome. Yeah, the whale is very good against combo, in my personal opinion. And I think it's starting to show with other people posting up results with that card. Okay, this is kind of funny. I think here we just take them off the mana, right? Like it actually plus ones the Cradle too, and we have lethal next turn if we draw a creature. That makes sense. Yeah, mono blue. Like I remember, I think I played against you, Nathan, or somebody playing your list. That matchup feels like miserable if you're running things like Gut Shot against Elves, where zero mana kill their dude. Yeah, it was either you or somebody playing your list. I don't remember, but I know there's a username BEEEST42 who is playing that version as well before, or at least blue red, I think maybe. But yeah, here is the username. Super awesome guy, by the way. Yeah, they are very good, in my opinion. Sure. I like having Set in the house right now. It's always great. It's this random collector of doing Stone Rain right here, right? All right. What am I? Am I playing around ESG into crop rotation here? Probably not, right? Mhm. Let me think. Yeah, I think what I want to do here is there's no reason to risk it. Um, agree. We have the kill next turn. Like, there's no reason to do it here. You would not play around it. The reason why I'm playing around it is that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I'm just thinking since we have the kill next turn, like, is the 2 damage worth it? Like, just a random Stone Rain getting there. It's like really funny if you think about it. Uh, actually, this is kind of a sick line that's gonna come up. I'm gonna pitch my forest. Yeah, this is kind of a sick line. And I'm gonna be able to fetch the arbor still. Well, actually, not quite true. Uh, okay, let me see. Yeah, it's like either or, right? Like, we'll fetch here. I think we get the land because what that does is it. I mean, we have no choice. We have to go for it here. The nice thing is it randomly grows Reclaimer, which is cool. Attack! I'm almost certain the oof won us the game. Like, it probably slowed our opponent down a turn. Or more. Just randomly drawing the card. Main deck. Alright, now we can take it out, right? Its reward is going to the bench. It's like it's like in the NBA or like in a high school basketball game, right? You have the guys, hit the game winning three or make the defensive steal. And then the reward, oh, they get benched for the following game. I think we want the trophy. Could be relevant in the mid or late game. Progenitus doesn't do anything here. The fact that they have, yeah, this is medium depths. They have Mox Diamond. I think Force of Vigor is like narrow. Run of Foul is like absolutely nuts in this matchup. We don't have the Caracas, unfortunately, but I mean, we only have one crop rotation anyways. Yeah, Run of Foul is to deal with the whale. So I'll go over my removal suite just a little bit later, but long story short, it's 2 decay, 1 trophy, 1 Run of Foul. The reason why is that still gives me 3 flexible answers to like Hate Bears or Chalice, and then 2 answers to the whale. So like blue-red Delvers, blue-red Delver players trying to cheese a win with the whale are in for a rude awakening. They probably have Engineer. I'm always on the fence if I want to bring in the Cabal Pit, given that this is a slower build. It's probably right. I think we probably want to answer. Like sometimes they keep a hand just based on Engineer alone. I mean, we can beat it with Archon, but it's like nice to not need to do that. I think the rest is fine. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. The question is, how do we sequence this, right? Like, you want to push ahead and then maybe run ourselves into an engineer, which we can't really play around that much, to be honest. Anyways, like not with this hand at least. Given that they're on medium depths, probably want to fetch basics here. All right. So they'll probably take the natural order. I don't know. I don't remember they saw the Reclaimer. I think they did see the Reclaimer game once. Maybe they take the Green Sun. I doubt it though. It's kind of slower. Big difference between turn 1 and turn 2 Reclaimer, even for Caracas. But the respect is there. Okay, never mind. They had 2, so. The good thing here is now they're just hellbent. And yeah, it was a turn 2 prog. Unfortunately, now we are doing something else on turn. Ooh. That is very good. We don't want to get Wasteland here for no reason, so. Well, it was a turn 2 Archon to be fair, decent, since we didn't board in the prog. I don't particularly like. So I've actually had the Archon blocking be relevant. It buys a turn and then I have like, oh my god. Okay, never mind. I thought they had the kill for this for a second. So I think we just like vomit our hand here. The thing about the prog is it's like, okay, that's like very good too. Turn 2 multicolored creature. Yeah, like I said, I've had it actually mad. Oh, okay, sure. I'm okay with that. Anytime I see black mana with three lands out, I get a little bit nervous. We have several live top decks. That's pretty good. Hmm. How do I want to do this? Three, four. All right. These are what I call next level plays coming up. I'm gonna reclaimer away this for an arbor, and then pitch the birch lore for an archon. Anybody who's not aware of this play and wants to learn the deck or play against the deck, it comes up a lot. Like, just as a heads up, like you need to be able to recognize all the times you can generate mana with reclaimer. Uh, I think we're in a very good. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I think we're in a very good spot here. I think we still think we're in a good spot, but like it's a little bit dicey because we do lose to some top decks here. All right, that's good. Actually, huh. I was gonna say we can actually take the Hex Mage off the board, but they already have a Thespian stage in play, so it doesn't matter. Which is kind of funny if you think about it. Um, so this is, let's see how much mana. 5, 6, 7 mana. We're one short. I think they will block the Reclaimer to buy time. Potentially. Nope. Oops. We actually have to win through multiple things here. I don't know if they have an out. Yeah. Yeah, but even that they would lose, right? There, I'm not like I think we had like the kill through molt. I don't even know they have an L, like I said. But that's a good point, decent. Yeah, this league is going pretty good so far. I think Land's matchup is hard, but we beat it. When did we play round one? I don't even remember. It was like the it was the whatever deck, the what look Allurin deck, and then we beat Depths. I think Allurin and Depths are like 50-50, and I think we're a dog in the Lands matchup. I think actually Allurin we're probably favored. Depths is like 50-50. If they're on the turbo version, they're probably slightly ahead. If they're on the medium version, we're probably slightly ahead. Yeah, because at most they can stop two creatures, right? And then we just flood the board. Even Engineer doesn't do anything there because the Archon flies over. So actually, decent. That's actually a game where the Archon being not progenitor is I think a bigger deal because, for instance, if they had top decked the what is it called? If they had top decked the Dark Depths earlier, we could have chunked for a turn and then hopefully draw into the second Cradle to hardcast the Hoof. List feels good though. Like, not gonna lie, I've been very happy with this list. The numbers feel like just right at the moment. Like, four Thought Seizes, three Leyline, just because I don't want to get cheesed out of a game. Especially in leagues where like oops is rampant. Four removal spells, like one, two, three, four, two of which hit the whale. The one force I'm like messing around with, only because Caracas and shout out to Romario if he's still listening, astutely pointed out to me that it's been underwhelming for him, and it has been somewhat underwhelming for me as well. To be fair, it's like slow is the problem. You kind of want like 3 to 4 crop rotations if you're running that crop rotate the Caracas. Progenitors is just like a must because of the engineer decks. Yeah, Romario, like this is your suggestion. Well, this not is not, but cutting the Caracas is your suggestion. Excuse me, I'm wheezing right now. The bog is like a must, right? I'd rather play this main than not at all. Like those are two options. And then the Cabal Pit, like again, engineer like anti tech. We're playing Johnny Volta, very close to Travolta, right? Ooh, I think it's good enough. I hate having these hands where like you open up with either Hoof or Archon. It's just the absolute worst. A question I get a lot is how much do I miss not having the Savannah? Like hardly at all. Like rarely comes up where it's late in the game where you can actually it's lands. Where it's late in the game where you can cast it, but not have Birchlore mana. Why are we playing so many lands opponents? The good thing is we do have the recipe for well, we need natural order really, but we do have somewhat of the recipe for success in this matchup. We need lands and we need to get Cradle ASAP. Like more than any other matchup. Yeah, it's like very meta dependent. Like I wouldn't fault anybody for playing or not playing personally. I think we're just dead now, right? Like shoot. Yikes. All right. I mean, I don't think there's really any sequence of draws that actually get us out of this. Yeah, for sure. I if you are playing Caracas, I would definitely recommend at least two crop rotation in the 75. I think it's very good. Like it's like I like the 1-1 split because you don't really want the second in the main, but you want the second one in the sideboard for the relevant matchups. It's particularly nice too if the graveyard decks in your area tend to be of the dredge or the Hogak variety, because then crop is actually almost better than leyline. Okay, we're just dead. I'm just like letting our opponent go through the motions here. Maybe they'll reveal something that is like relevant or whatnot, but Not a fan of this matchup. They have the nice invasion lands though, so sick. All right, that's kind of cool. Like they're playing Arbor. I wonder what that tells us. Like they're definitely on Green Sun, I think, right? Or but I don't think the. I think this might be like the Green White lands version. The fact that they have Arbor. Well, I don't know. We definitely want the Force. We definitely want the Run Afoul, the Assassin's Trophy, the Bog. I think we want the Progenitus. The question is if we want the Ley Line, and I'm gonna lean towards no at the moment because they showed us Arbor. Otherwise, I probably board it in. Anything else? Like Loam is obviously annoying. I'm gonna hedge a little bit as well. Given that they have Arbor, I think this Cabal Pit might be relevant for Hate Bears. I think they're on the green white version. It's only a guess though, right? Like I don't really know what they're on. But we also saw two Windswept ETH. Sure. Abza, interesting. I have seen green white, and I've seen Abzan like the green white depths version, but not Abzan lands, so to speak. Here we don't have a payoff, so I'm just gonna play the Reclaimer. It's like, in my opinion, the second best turn one play in the deck, behind Green Sun, obviously. All right, so yeah, they are on Reclaimer. My hunch was correct. I think here we're just gonna try to get value by getting out the Visionary. It's gonna be quite annoying if they have something like Plague Engineer. Plague Engineer should be symmetrical, by the way, just like its predecessor. In general, I don't mind the card that much. I mean, I know I'm an elf player, and I just like this build is not really that weak to engineer. Like we engineer by itself is not gonna beat us. It's like engineer back with like two or three other things maybe, but like if you're keeping a 6 land engineer hand, like you're in for rude awakening if you're playing against this version. I think black black would have been more reasonable, right? Like because it gives black something special that you can't easily splash for. Uh, I don't even mind the fact that it's not symmetrical because that's just how new cards are. And the death touch, like, I mean, it's annoying, but it's not like the reason why it's good. I think. Oops. It's funny. Opposing reclaimers are have been a thorn in my side from multiple decks. Post is like one of them, for instance. They probably have Glacial Chasm, if I were to guess, and that's what they're holding up Reclaimer for. It's kind of like our Reclaimer, right? Like you get punished if you do, but it's still good if you don't. Yeah, for sure. I do like it that people don't I like that people have to make deck considerations when instead of and actually think about construction. I mean, it's okay. Since we are on the topic, I'm gonna go ahead and give my very biased, very biased opinion on the card. I think I previously had this card, the second best creature in Legacy, behind Uro, and I think it might be the best creature in Legacy now because Uro is really held down by Clothis. And I don't know if people have been paying attention. Oh, that's nice, Romero. I just have my. I don't even have foil. I need to pick up my foils, Romero. I just have the regular version. Oops. From last year, but or 2 years ago, really. But I don't know if people have been paying attention. But the. Ugh, that's annoying. That's all good. All good. All right, how do I do this? If I reclaim her right now for a Cradle, I have one mana available. Yeah, I can. Let's see if they fall for it here, or they might just do it anyways. Yeah, I have partially foiled. I mean, you can accuse me of the Chiefs McGee, right? Like, someone's not everything is foiled, so maybe like you can call me out on that or whatnot. But let's see if they miss this line. This is actually sick for people who don't see this line. What I'm doing right now, like they're probably doing the math in their head that they're okay. So they walked into it. All right. The question here is, what am I bouncing back? I feel like I'm just bouncing the Birch Lord because I want the mana. I think I can kill this turn with the Behemoth. I don't think they did the math correctly. Is what I'm saying. I think the only thing we're like scared of here is like something like Mindbreak Trap. Okay, we can play around Mindbreak Trap too, I think. So if I go, 1 second. This is 6, 7 mana. Yeah. This is why Decent and people I know do not like Mindbreak Trap. Like, it's so easy to play around. Yeah. They may or may not have it, but we can play around it. Okay. So they're on what we think they are on. I know I sound like the old coach. What's his name? Jim Mora. Sorry, not Jim Mora. What am I saying? The old Bears coach. They were who we thought they were. Shoot, I'm blanking now. Let me Google that real quick since it's bothering me. Dennis Smith. I'm sorry, Dennis Green. Dennis Green, right, from the Bears when he coached them, and then it was Arizona. My mistake. Ditka coached the Bears. I'm thinking of Arizona when Dennis Green was coaching there, and he infamously on Monday night after losing to the Bears because they gave up the Bears 3 non-offensive touchdowns to lose the game. That's when the Bears had Devin Hester then, and Dennis Green infamously said they were who they thought they were, as in the Bears weren't that good, but we let them off the hook. I don't like the ley line. I think we boarded correctly. This matchup, a lot of it is like speed based. I think they are on only reclaimers. Yo, how's Jacob? Gotta give mod access to my boy. There you go. I think we just run it back. Like I think we board it fine. Like this matchup, you don't want to be that fast. I'm sorry. What am I saying? You don't want to be that slow, like or grindy. Like you want to close out at some point. We are. Thank you. Nice username. Send noodles 13. Thank you for the follow. I think this is fine. We went 3-2 in our first league. Probably should have been 4-1. But we punted the first match in typical fashion that we usually do. I usually play very poorly my first match of the night, and so far 3-0 in this league. I mean, we saw some great names so far tonight, right? Like we played against Dog Snoop earlier or whatever it was earlier, so that was pretty sweet. Dupe Snog, right? Some pretty sick names for sure. I mean, one good reclaimer deserves another. I'm not even sure how good exploration really is in their deck, to be honest. Like, I mean, I don't know how their list plays out. Oh God, you got to be kidding me. Okay, this is how we go down. I don't. Maybe I don't know. I don't really don't know that much about. I played the user before, but I don't really follow the competitive scene too much. Like in terms of like who top aided the GP and or whatnot, or who won like whatever PTQ. Okay, so they're playing around the Assassin's Trophy that they. I guess it's fine. Like I think we just man, this is like very brutal. Man, if only this were a Caracas, right? Like, potentially, if we had the Caracas, yeah, we have to go for it. Like, we have no choice. We're on a literal one outer here. But this could have been a Caracas potentially. But to be fair, yeah, this could have been a Caracas, Romario. I'm looking at you. Did not get there. I do think for whatever it's worth from it, because you have to draw it naturally. For whatever it's worth from it, I think I agree that Karag is probably not worth it. All right, we fought the good fight, but we didn't get there. I'm trying to think, how did game one play out? All right, we're just dead. Did they just get the combo really quickly against us, or what? Let's see. Oh right, that's right. They played out 2 lands and off of exploration and had the combo. It's okay. I think the thing is like if we don't draw it, like we have had to draw it naturally there, right? Like Reclaimer's still too slow. I think it's probably correct to not play the Caracas actually with the current configuration, unless we run another crop rotation. But if we run another crop rotation, let's bring up the deck. Like I consider right now the 4 removal spells untouchable. I consider the 4 Thoughtseizes untouchable, and I consider this whole right side untouchable. So really, we would eat into the ley lines, right? And there's just too much nonsense in leagues to be not running ley line, I think. Ooh, Reanimator. Yeah, we run into him last time on stream as well. Unfortunately, Eric knows what I'm on, so he may just mulligan for a quick kill. Oh, that's annoying. I'm almost certain we're dead because it's too. Well, this is like dead through multiple people, right? Like, what's up, scavenging booze? Trophy leader in the house in both, you know, Twitch chat and in the match too. Yeah, I mean, he Eric already knows. We played a lot enough where, and we've talked in the past. He knows what I'm on typically, so I may try to conceal information, but I'm pretty sure he assumes elves anyways. But their hand's beating like everything. They're like, nothing's really beating that hand that he just had. Sure. He's definitely been playing the last few weeks for sure. I mean, we're just dead, right? Like we have to even crack the Chancellor. So we'll just concede. He doesn't even lose the force there. He had Chancellor backup. So you would need double force. All right. Yeah, like no deck is beating that start. Like force or no force. Like on the play too. Get the bog in. We're gonna board out the Archon because we don't want them to discard it and play it against us. We might go 3-2, 3-0 into 3-2. Unfortunately, I'm not a big fan of this. I think it's like playing to lose or like too conservative. I think run afoul is like not very good. Like if they have Archon, we probably. I think it's too narrow. It is in the mirror randomly, but I don't think that's where. I don't think Eric's not the type to go for a Chancellor kill. He knows well enough that's not good enough against elves, especially with Shepherd. I think it's too. I think if they have a Gristlebrand in play, we've already lost. So this is how I'm gonna board. I don't think it's correct to board and run afoul against Gristlebrand. If they already have Gristlebrand, we probably already lost. In most cases, not all the time, but I think the rest is fine. Yes, or Leyline plus Thoughtseize. So keep. There's no reason here not to play both out. Um, I think two things, right? They can have discard for us, or but the problem is the green sun's too slow. I think we just want to play towards natural order. I've legit never played elves. Do Liz ever run recurrence with a new? Yes, I ran it for a long time, and it's still very popular scavenging boost. I only recently just cut it yesterday. There's an argument to be made actually because our turn three, we have a turn three kill. Maybe it's still correct to not green sun here and just save it for turn two so we can untap with a reclaimer. Ooh. So yeah, I think it might have been a misplay on my behalf to not save the green sun for the reclaimer turn too. All right. We have 3 mana. We can potentially hoof here for non-lethal. Yeah, I think we do that. Actually, no. What am I doing? I have a scavenging ooze. Yeah, what am I doing? Yeah, that's definitely the line. We almost played ourselves there. We almost played ourselves there, chat. Yeah, that's 100% the line. Sure. I will tell Eric right now. Okay, I just messaged Eric, said, on your behalf. I don't know if he has chat on or not, but he did not respond. He's in some kind of PhD program, I believe. All right, Scavenging Ooze too broken, right? I think we had a slight miscalculation, but it didn't matter because Natural Orders is a broken card. Turns out you don't even need to get your fatties. You can just get Ooze and win the game. Man, this chat is hyped for Eric, but yes, he is playing again. We did play into him last time on stream. This is last week, but I think somebody said that he had like 3 trophies. I don't know who said that. Yeah, Scavenging Booze with no Ooze, Scooze is OP. But I think I like the way we boarded. Like, it's fine. Uh, I think it's kind of funny that he knew that I'm on Reclaimer, and oh, that's too slow. I think this is fine. Keep. So what the Shepherd does is it allows us to just eat through the turn one's Chancellor. Nice. I think here we want to lead with the Shepherd. Can we get there on the 4-1? So they pitched 2 reanimates, I think I saw. Ugh, okay. He had the read. Okay, so said you'll like to hear this. Eric actually responded with the hi. Thank you for the follow, Hype into. Let's attack first. Top deck cradle wins the game. You probably hear that phrase a lot. So I think we play our land. The shields are down for a turn, but it is what it is. Yeah, Eric's back. I think he's been back for like 2 weeks or so. Yeah, this is the literal worst draw right now. He might reanimate the hoof. Actually, he would have reanimated the ooze. Okay, we might just be dead here. Dark Ritual. Okay, Entomb. So close, guys. Oh man. We can't even bring. The sad thing is we can't even bring back. Well, we can bring out the hoof, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure how we. Well, I do know one way. I guess we can win from here. Not quite gonna get there. We don't even have the Caracas, unfortunately, to in case we draw the Reclaimer. Oh man, this is brutal. I don't think we have an out. This thing doesn't fly, right? No. Like run of foul's not even good here. Yeah, but even then, the Reclaimers are what one twos. I don't think we have an out. Ooh. Yeah, I think we're just dead. I don't want to waste. Well, there. That's something. I don't think we have an out, so I'm gonna concede. 3-0 into 3-2. Does feels kind of bad. But yeah, we unfortunately did not have an out to the Elish Norn. I gave away information. I'm not running the Caracas, but I think that's fine. I think we're not playing around Elish Norn most of the time. I think if they get Griselbrand, they probably win in most cases. I'm okay with that, I guess, if that makes sense. Pretty unfortunate. I think that was like I felt like we were gonna get there, especially after we drew the fetch. But when they had the reverence signs, probably they were just waiting for a reanimation spell, or It was either that or what is it called? It was either that or a the Reverend Silence or the answer to the ley line. But I don't think I think I'm okay with that. Like the two losses that we had were kind of out of our hands. Like we lost in match for turn two Mirror Age, both game one and three, and then we got killed turn one. We even kept a reclaimer, not that it matters because Bog's in the sideboard, but we even kept a reclaimer hand against. We expect to lose game one against Eric, and then I think game three, like it could have gone either way. Like we had a decent hand, but we just didn't have pressure. I'll bring up the deck again. I think if Eric's gonna be lurking the leagues anymore, I may want to play one surgical extraction. I like to mess with reanimator players or graveyard players by running like something weird, like two ley line, one surgical, maybe like one fair macabre, just completely split. And for anybody who wants to mess with graveyard decks, that's how you mess with them because they can't predict what you're gonna do, and it's like gonna be very annoying, right? Their anti hate might not line up with yours. Right, exactly. It's not like we had a quick clock. I think what we really needed that game two was to have a faster clock, or a second piece of disruption, and we never drew the reclaimer or the Thoughtseize. Like I think any of those probably close out the game, and we just didn't draw very well. I don't think we can complain with that. Um, I think it's just what it is, right? We started the game with the delay line, and if we drew a second piece of hate, we'd probably win, but we did. Uh, I'm not sure about this card. That's true. He had the C's for the second ooze, which was the second hate. So I completely forgot about that. And I think that was heads up by him too, because with turn two looming, there's a decent chance I can. I think I played like Shepherd turn one. There's a decent chance I can just Green Sun for Ooze turn two, and that probably closes the door. So he's kind of incentivized to Thoughtseize there, which is the heads up play. Because like he probably had the anti leyline hate, but probably didn't have the kill yet. And if I get a second piece of hate out, it's probably lights out. So he played it well. Uh, yeah, I'm not so sure about the Force of Vigor. Like it can win you games, but would have been nice to have another piece of hate. Granted, it would have replaced the wire with or the visionary. I don't think we drew either, so it wouldn't have mattered. But a second crop in the sideboard would be decent. Like the problem is there's no Caracas, right? So you can only fit so much. Like I like to mix it up too because I don't like people assuming I don't have certain hate cards. So sometimes I'll play Leyline, sometimes I'll play Caracas. Ideally, I have like 20 cards in the sideboard, so I can fit everything. But if people know you don't have certain cards, they can take advantage of it. Like for instance, uh, some people know I don't have Mind Break Trap, so they like to go for the turn one combo. So every once in a while, maybe I'll play Mind Break Trap. You need to line up so perfect to beat decks like Reanimator, and it's pure hard. I mean, to be fair, like we got pretty close there, and that's especially hard since game one is an auto loss. Um, we were just a turn late. Like it is what it is. I think if we draw any Green Sun or any Reclaimer, we probably win because like they had the Thoughtseize for the ooze, but then I think a second piece of disruption is just backbreaking for them to fight through. We drew the wrong part of our deck is the problem. I think anybody have any questions? I'd like to thank Mr. Lee for the raid earlier. So that was pretty sick. And also thank everybody who stayed to watch everything. Uh, we went 3-2, 3-2, but I felt like, especially that second league, we easily could have. We were like we lost a close game. Well, I guess it wasn't that close because they went on turn one, but we easily could have been 4-1 maybe in both leagues. But yeah, our losses were to fast combo again tonight. So never enough hate, right? Like you can run. Anybody have any questions for me? Otherwise, any requests for who to watch for streams? What are the matchups you cited for Progenitors? Probably anything fair that's not Delver. That's true. Fast on combo is unfair. I don't side it against Delver because I think in Delver, because of Days and Wasteland, you want to be low to the ground. So I side out the natural order package. So a couple of the big I boarded it only because it's still an answer to if you know they're on like 4 terminus and you have enough cards, maybe what you do is you board out one natural order, one archon, and just reloading the two and just killing them with natural order, and just leaving more creatures. So that's like not the worst, but Progenitus is probably at its worst against Terminus because they can set it up somewhat easily. But yeah, I think I've tried it both ways. Like there's arguments for both ways. It's probably better now that you mention it against hard terminus, four terminus kind of old school miracle decks. Probably want to board it. Don't want to keep it in and just go down to 2 natural order and only 1 natural order target. The people who are streaming right now are like Sam Black, Minguchi, the Ham TV. Yeah, there's just so many answers to the problem. PJ Trick, Defor, Radical. Any requests? I want to support somebody. So maybe the Oracle 88. So they're doing cube drafts. Frank Laporte is also doing cube drafts, but he's pretty known. Adine. So let's do the Oracle 88 cube draft. I'm gonna go raid them. Thank you everybody for staying tonight.